Yes, everybody, that is the legendary Whistleboard Productions. Jesse is hanging out. Our new sign up there, already broken. Hello, Todd. Hi, Nate. Hey, John. How's everyone? Hello, Lucas. I looked real hard on that last train to try and find something that said Lucas to try and elevate where your name's traveling off of the Stinky Pete, but there was no Lucas on that train. Welcome back to Dalton. 1 week later, on a Friday night once again. Rain last week, rain this week. Fog last week, fog this week. Last week we had visitors, this week we have visitors. So the only thing different is the date. And tonight, if he doesn't hurt himself tripping over the signpost that got ripped out,
I'll figure out it's there eventually.
Whistleboard Productions. Let me see if I can spin this over a little bit, because he is not in the picture with us.
There we go. That'll work.
Hello, Jesse. Tell everybody that you're here.
Hi guys. Good to see you. Happy New Year. Hard to believe it's 2026.
Where does time go?
You tell me.
Speaking of 2026, it is Friday, January 9th. So if we talk about what we're going to do this Saturday, it's tomorrow, and if you watch this a week from now, you won't show up at the wrong place at the wrong time. Don't know if anything's overly exciting or particular coming. We know the Southern's working its way down from
St. Louis is where it's coming from.
St. Louis. It's up there hanging out with Kit. And Jesse thinks it'll be here in the morning, I do believe, and he thinks we should get up early. Not sure I understand the word early, and I hope that it decides it wants to be later. Not sure how our traffic's going to be right now because there is a congested area problem going on. In other words, there's a log jam up in Sitico. Apparently there is an NS train with an engine failure that is creating some issues. So we'll see how that affects us here. If it's your first time on, don't forget to subscribe, like, tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell everybody you know. If you don't know anybody, just go find somebody and tell them. That'll give you a reason to talk to them, and then you'll get to know them. We're going to stay for a while. We brought some lights. No idea what we're going to catch. Like I said, Jesse's here. Jesse's with Whistleboard Productions,
Which is also live on the second camera.
and he wants to tell you, but he's got to tell you louder.
We're also live 2 feet away on my channel as well. So if you're on a computer, works great. You can pull up the 2 channels. Mike will give us a nice zoomed in view to see the signals and the headlight, and then jump your eyes over to the next screen, and I've got the more wider version to see the broadside go by. So trying something different tonight.
Just like the old Wrigley's gum commercials. John, I know you remember them. Todd, you do too, where the 2 girls came on, looked alike, double the fun, double the gum. I forget how that song went, but anyhow, that's what we are tonight. But instead of the 2 girls, you got the 2 guys. I hope that we can make do with that. Dalton's busy tonight. We'll spin around there a little bit and watch the traffic over at the crossing. We are at Control Point North Dalton. Middle Dalton right behind us. The Diamond, 2 of them here. 1 right beside us, 1 up further by the old depot, freight depot. John will tell you about some of the cool passenger trains if he's feeling talkative tonight that used to go through here. Todd, you got any history you want to throw in? Don't forget, we are just a block from where they threw that young man off the train back during the great locomotive chase, and they said, hey, get your wire cutters and get in there. And, oh, well, never mind, the other guy was the wire cutters. You get off, get in there, and you send a message before the guy with the wire cutters cuts that telegraph line, which he famously did. And those up, the Confederate forces up in Ringgold were ready when the general came to a halt. It had rained the night before. They ran out of steam because they couldn't find any dry wood. So we are on the WNA sub, the Atlanta North District line, and we're just going to have a good time. We're going to try and hang out for a little while. Like I said, we brought some lights. Hopefully we'll get a trash can race or 2, although it's a little early. And we have a sporty Mustang joining us on the other side of the track. What do you got to add, Jesse? Kind of hard to top that one.
I know. Well, considering he didn't go sideways. It's raining. It's a little chilly, but not too bad. But we're gonna have a good time.
Yes, Todd, we are under the bridge like a pair of trolls. Not sure I can top that line, so the Troll Patrol is under the bridge. No lights right here because they're all burnt out. But thanks to the state of Georgia and the city of Dalton, we have this multi-million-dollar umbrella that's not going to go anywhere. So as long as the wind doesn't get too strong, the rain won't come sideways under here, and we should be all right for a little while. Hey, Crash, how are you feeling? Crash, I'm glad you like that. Like I said, when Todd works hard on coming up with something, he definitely can. Lucas says no sound on yours.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out.
Lucas, you know what I think about technology? It doesn't go in the same sentence with me. Jesse's over there working on that right now. Thank you. I just told him. The Dixie Flyer Royal Palm. John, can you just imagine? We got the suitcases. We just got down here. It's 70. Hang on, y'all. Ollie's is running a commercial there, and I didn't know we had volume on, but we just took care of that. And we do have the bird cam on, just so y'all know. So we have 2 different scanners on. Possible you might hear the same thing twice. But back, look, I guess, John, back in the 70s or prior, right over there to the right where you see that white building is where John's talking about that the Dixie Flyer Royal Palm would pull in, and the Georgian Ponstallon would pull in, and we'd be all dressed up, and we'd hop on and go for a ride and sit down and have a leisure dinner as we traveled through Georgia on down to Florida. Super food, nice accommodations. John, you take me back. Thank you so much. I always enjoy when you're on and we get to talk about a time gone past that we only know about, but we didn't get the experience of it. But hey, we can still do Amtrak today. it's a little different. Jesse's already tripped twice over the same thing. I learned the hard way to put a cone there sometime back so that we don't hurt Jesse. We're going to hand him a cone. Once upon a time, this was a double road at a median between the two, and it just ran underneath the bridge. And at some point, they just cut it off. No more under the, I guess it was probably before they built the bridge. And so now, where the sign was, probably says, don't go past this point, there's no more road. There's just a half a stake sticking up just far enough that you don't see it, but if you go walking past, boom. And I have tangled many a time, so we put a cone on to keep Jesse and I both safe.
Mostly Jesse.
Yeah, right now mostly Jesse. He's still practicing with it. Well, it looks behind us a whole bunch of red. Anybody trackside tonight? Give you a look down through Dalton. Did you get your sound back?
I don't know. Lucas, if you don't care to tell me if my sound's up.
Did we get sound back on Jesse?
According to the stream, I have sound, but
Jesse's technology says he does have sound, so we'll let you guys verify that for him. And next a look southward towards Atlanta. There's the depot that used to be the old passenger depot that they just redid and restored this end of it. Lucas says no sound.
that doesn't make any sense.
I'm with you, John. You could just put me on today, settle me into a first class seat so I could eat on the train, or even better yet, one of the roomettes, and we could just go wherever the train is. There on the old control tower, our flashing light is back once again. Now that light is going to flash for a while, and at some point it's going to get warm enough that it's going to stay on. But until then, where the flashing light is the old control tower where they used to throw the switches in this yard. It's not a large yard, but it is a yard. CSX control. And it looks like the cars that were on the siding earlier are still down there. And since CSX does control this, it is not first come, first serve. It's up to CSX. Who's next? Lucas said he tried refreshing his page. Still no. All right, everybody. It's good to see y'all. There's somebody getting ready to head out in this froggy night. It's a double backup. One go right, one go left. And here comes somebody down the middle. Oh, there's another person leaving. Everybody said, let's get out of town.
All right, everyone, I'm going to cut my stream off and restart it. And Lucas and everybody else, if you don't care to join the third one, and let me know if the sound is working. I'm about to quote Mike here with his love of technology.
And John's right. If you get one of the sleeper rooms, all your food is free. And let me tell you, it's some good eating on that train. And trust me, as I've told you guys before, I didn't get this size by not knowing where the good food was. Lucas said 10-4. Todd, I think we should take up a charity fund, see if we can fix that light for CSX. So when it comes on, it's just on. Until then, for those of you like me, that flashing light just bothers you. On or off, but not both. How is everybody feeling? Everybody good? I know Lucas had a fantastic day yesterday. He caught the 100th anniversary Canadian unit. We sat on the cliff until, actually that'd be 2 days ago because today's Friday. So on Wednesday night, and then hours and hours and hours later, he went through in the dark and we didn't get to see it. But Lucas got some fantastic time and footage with that unit. Crash, now's a good time since you're off for another week or two. Hey, you can hop the train and no worries, just ride along and you can send us pictures from the different spots.
Doesn't make any sense.
Lucas, since you're doing QC for Jesse, let him know when you hear sound on his. And the fog on the bird cam, which is our other live that's on currently, fog starting to roll in. It was just beautiful this morning as it transitioned. Crazy weather that we have, but at least we aren't digging out of snow. 71 degrees when we were trackside Wednesday.
That's nuts. Yeah, no sound. Absolutely nuts. Microphone works.
That's Jesse doing wild bird calls. I imagine you guys want to look south, but if you decide that you want to watch the crossing, let me know. We'll swing around. Here in a little bit, we'll set up a couple lights. That was me working on the tailgate you saw.
While Jesse restarts his phone.
Lucas says, nice picture, but no sound.
Yeah.
John said, look at the settings
Already did.
on your phone on the YouTube app. Lucas said NS178 will have 12:30 leading solo tonight. Well, hello, Billy. How's Kentucky? How you feeling? You got snow? You got heat? What's going on up your way? As you can see, it's Friday night, a week later. We have the same rain, the same fog, and yes, we are at the same spot. Hanging out, staying out of trouble. Jesse's here with Whistleboard Productions. Now all we're missing is Brian from Train Nut Productions. And boy, is it quiet in Dalton tonight. For those of you who've not been here with us before, that click that you hear every so often are the cars going overhead on this great big umbrella we're under at the control points or the junction points. So you're getting wheel clicks, 2 scanners, Jesse and I. Todd, what's new in your world? Alan, thanks for the picture. Said looks like our next southbound should be 3 NS locomotives up front on the consist. If you're in Birmingham, Alabama, I just got notice, flash flood warning up until 5:45 on January 9th. So if you're in Birmingham, head to high ground. For us here in Dalton, let's see what the weather says. Normally Alan tells us. According to WeatherBug, it says our weather here in Dalton should straighten up. Like right now.
We have sound.
And Jesse just came back. He's doing the Jesse dance. He says we have sound on Whistleboard Productions.
Thank you all for the patience. And there's no title, no description, no anything. But if you've been here for the previous 3, it's the same stuff, same place. So thanks for the patience.
Yeah, for those of you who aren't aware that Billy's in Kentucky, it is currently 60 degrees in Kentucky. And Todd, if I were you, I'd do both. I'd go ahead and make the pizza and hang out with us and achieve both of those projects. No reason to wait for food.
And if you have extra pizza, save us some, because that sounds really good.
Well, what he means is bring it to us, don't save it. Although one of us ate dinner before he came down here, thanks to Mrs. S.
Technically, two of us did. I ate on the drive down. I ate my lunch I didn't eat today.
Alan says we are going to experience rain in Dalton and the area until 2 p.m. tomorrow. Art, before I left work, said we have 1.3 inches of rain yet to go. Not sure who asked Mother Nature that fact, but we got horn!
Oh, sure enough.
Jesse didn't believe me. Ouch.
Well, no, I was processing the 1.3 inches of rain. All right, Mike, what do we think it is? Because we only knew of one coming. We didn't know of number 2.
All right, what do y'all think? Who says NS? Who says CSX? I heard that there was only one northbound NS coming from a train spotter friend that was south of us. So, what do y'all think? Jesse has posed the challenge to y'all.
My vote is CSX, just all things considered. But we should know as soon as we see the headlights.
CSX dispatch is asking for a, after they get past the defect detector, they're asking for a look. Not sure what all we have going on, but we'll listen to that on train B488 he was talking to.
Thanks for keeping an eye on the sound there, Todd. I appreciate it. I don't know what was wrong with the first few live streams. I see glowage.
Well, it looks like it's 5 votes for CSX.
I think those 5 votes are wrong.
Jesse influenced y'all. right, who has a list of all that power that just went by? Anybody got all 5? And then, while you guys are doing that, we are going to try something new tonight. So, for the moment, you're watching the crossing there. You will lose your picture for a moment, but I won't be gone long. But we are going to try the Christmas present.
And someone else figure out which was the most rare car on that train. You might have to go rewind on my channel because I was zoomed out a bit more. I don't know if Mike's picked up on it. But hop over to my channel real quick and try to find the most rare car on there. I'll give you a hint. It was a box car. Go take a look. Oh. Todd's made a guess as to what the surprise is. LOS just for a second.
Oh, it pops out. Whoa, that's
cool. That's sweet. Been a Friday for this dispatcher. So can I say what they said while you're getting stuff set up?
There you go.
Okay. So if they start talking again, the rule is, as you know, we stop and listen. But from what I gathered, they are going to Alright, so they're currently attempting to remove the bad locomotive from the consists with the train that had the, got another train. Sorry, everybody. That wasn't tightened out at all. Say again? I don't think so. I got the blowage. There you go. This is the first time I've used this phone at night. It does really good.
Oh, my phone's fantastic at night.
Yeah. I've used the older ones because I'll record with this one. You know, if I'm shooting heritage units or something. But that is a great picture. I'm really happy with that.
All right, everybody. If I make mistakes, we are on the new lens from Santa, which means we have to learn it. Lucas is right. We have horn. That's two different horns.
I bet you the local coming up.
We have a CSX train. He's gonna be loud.
chat in a minute, Todd. Yes, you are correct. In my book, the Pan Am was the most rare boxcar on that train. Pan Am was just acquired into CSX a few years ago. I don't think it's been more than 2 years. However, the Pan Am wasn't, at this point, wasn't too huge, and CSX acquired the little bit of trackage that they had up in the northeastern part of the country, and we now have a heritage unit for Pan Am. Oh yeah, I'm on this camera too.
You're everywhere.
That's right. Well, Todd guessed it on my chat. The Pan Am was the most rare boxcar, the most rare car.
Did we have a Pan Am? Did we really?
Yeah, we did.
Whoa.
Yep. It actually didn't have that much graffiti on it. Threw me off for a second because I saw the Pan Am has the great big globe on it, and I'm like, what? That's a great big piece of graffiti. And then I realized that, oh wait, no, that is not graffiti. That is meant to be there. And like I said, Mike still had the zoom lens on his stream, but on mine, if you roll it back a little ways to that last NS train, you'll see the Pan Am car. That was pretty neat. So just had a CSX coal train. If you're just joining us, welcome. Glad you're here. We're in Dalton, Georgia, where CSX and NS cross over each other at the Diamond, which is actually right over here behind me. If I flash my light. Right there. CSX crosses over. Put my camera in here. CSX crosses over NS right there on the switch. And then the mainline Diamond is a little ways to the south. This is just a switch Diamond, but it still makes a really loud noise whenever the trains go by. So when you hear there's two sets of ba-dum ba-dum. The first one is the switch. The second one immediately afterward is the Diamond. So how this whole thing works here is CSX goes off up towards Ringgold and then eventually Chattanooga. I'll turn my camera around too, just so you can see both. So from left to right, you got the CSX main line going north, and then on the right, you've got the NS main line going north. Now where it gets tricky is the CSX line right here, there's a switch. And that switch cuts off and then comes and hits the Diamond right there approximately. So to access the yard, where if you watch the virtual railfan camera, you see the hopper cars sitting there, that's how they access the yard. Is this switch right over here. I think I just heard our other horn. We did hear two horns, by the way. We weren't hearing things. Yeah, I think that's our second one. Maybe another NS, I don't know. But yes, that's the complications of the tracks here in Dalton in a nutshell. I do believe we have glowage yet again. Yep, here we go.
difference. Santa Claus, thanks so much. Whoa, what an incredible lens difference. Everybody, for those of you just joining on, Jesse and I are here at Control Point, North Dalton. Jesse's with Whistleboard Productions. We're hanging out side by side, and with the new lens, we don't even have to be skinny to be beside each other.
Oh, that's a world of difference.
Yes,
That's
is it
awesome.
ever? You can see more than just his hat. Everybody, thanks for being on. We are underneath the overpass, so if you're just joining and you hear some clicking sounds, that are the cars going overhead at the joist points on our huge bridge, compliments to the state of Georgia and the city of Dalton, so we can stay dry and bring this show, both shows, to you live, because Jesse's live right as well beside me. So 2 lives, 1 place, same night in the rain. And we started out with lens number 1 that I bought myself. Well, I think Mrs. S bought it for me for my birthday. And then Santa brought the new lens for Christmas. And tonight, you guys are the first ones to see it here on the Mevo Camera from Logitech. So, y'all tell me what you think, and we will go from there. If it's your first time, hey, just have fun. Shout out anything that you see, just like the train car that Jesse was talking about with you a moment ago. Be it your favorite engine, model of engine, whatever it is, share with all of us. If you have a question, ask away. Don't forget, subscribe to both channels, Whistleboard Productions. Casey and I appreciate you. Thanks for all the thumbs up on both sides. Thanks for the QC on the quality control when Jesse first started up.
Yes, thank you so much.
You guys participating, and gals, to me, you guys is one great big happy basket of everybody. So we're going to stay for a while. We've got, let's see, 37 plus 28, that many lumens of light on. We're going to try and feather. We don't have the full consistent lighting on because it will kill the battery system. But if I can scout over here and I find some power on the side of this building, we'll go ahead and put the full boat of lights up. We can stay here for a while as long as we got power to light up the tracks.
I've got a couple of lights. I've got a light there, and I might get one more.
And
out
Jesse's got more lumens too. They're gonna think that the sunrise is over here, because there's a whole bunch of folks that live over here in the condos on the 2nd level, the storefronts on the lower, the restaurant, the Restore Depot. So, like I said, we don't know what's next, but we're gonna have a good time. We're here, long time, short time, for all the time. So anything y'all want, just ask away. Jesse and I will try and figure out the answer, but we got a whole panel of you guys. And Todd is our research director, so we won't let anything get by. Jesse, you got anything to add?
Not really. The only thing that was neat that I noticed about that last train was the very last locomotive had a brand new sun visor on the outside. It was white, it wasn't orange, and it was folded down.
It was bright white.
Yep. Usually they fold them down unless it's the lead engine. But sometimes, just like me, they're lazy and they don't put them down. But that was another thing that was really neat about that last full train. So yeah, I'm gonna go look for some power.
And we've got a CSX train at Resaca. As y'all know, Resaca is just around the corner. Jesse's on a power search for an electrical outlet. We may pirate a little power. Again, learning the new lens. As you look southward, here at Control Point, North Dalton, in Georgia, on a rainy, rainy night, just like last Friday. You can see some of the lights that are on. We turned the big set off over on the far side. We got 3 up on the cab. Each of those are 7,000 lumens. Got one on the truck bed, another 7,000 lumens. And then over there, they're currently off, but one of our 2 light stands that we carry, both have 37,000 lumens of power. Working off the tailgate here. Somebody's by Summit, 2 scanners on. So that's the control panel. And back to the track. Let you all study the lights. Where you have red over red to the right, that is the CSX track. And you have the 3 reds to the left, that is the NS Atlanta North District line track. 29F past Summit. Thanks, Green Bean. Lucas, I'll work on that. Like I said, tonight's little impromptu discover this camera. And Resaca, 15 miles to the south of us, where M584 is headed this way. John can see the spikes. Thanks, John.
No power, but some cool things.
Catch up with chat. A GE and Ace, Lucas says. I'm catching up on the chat, rolling back with the BNSF locomotives that we just saw go by. Thanks, Lucas. A nose in and a nose out. And Lucas said it best. Here it comes. And Alan is telling you about that we hadn't seen the BNSF coal trains for a while. And as you can see, his note, for those of you who have the chat on, the plant had a curfew for a few months as they were working on something there. So they are back and rolling again because, yeah, it was a while without the pumpkins going up and down.
Yes, Lucas. No cheating on my camera before Mike's camera catches up. That's funny.
Dirk, how's everything with you and the fam tonight? I hope everybody's doing well. (29F), our priority train, rolling down last week, if you remember. 8025 led it right past here. And we got to see 4005 last week. There, I'll give you an idea of how hard it's raining.
Man, you're kidding. That was already a week ago.
Yeah. And you're already living next Thursday.
I know.
We both work at the auction, and consequently, we always focus on the Thursday that's coming, so we skip so much of the present. So until we hear our next horn, we're going to power down some of the lights because would like to try and stay for a little while tonight. Like I said, where we are is when we're there. Never know what's next. That's why rail fanning's like buying Cracker Jacks. You know there's a surprise. You just don't know how far down in the box it's going to be.
So while we wait, in my search for power, I did find some old rail from what I'm assuming used to be servicing an industry over here to our left. Where we're parked, like Mike was saying, you know, the road used to be
two-way street here, and then it would cross the track. Well, right down where the road splits to go around and either come in to up here where we're at or go out to get on the main road, there are rails that are buried in the pavement. And I think they were buried a while ago, and over time they've become uncovered, but they are level with the pavement underneath the ground.
Alright, I've been instructed to be in front of the camera while I tell my whatever.
There, now you get to see
Okay.
who you're listening to,
Alright, so
rather than a voice in the dark.
I'll go ahead and restart. In my search for power, over here to my right, behind you guys, there are old tracks. And I'm assuming that those tracks used to be used to serve these industries that are scattered about here in Dalton. This building that you see to the left of us, whenever Mike has the camera panned out, or whenever he's sitting on the tailgate, the building with the blue roof. So the track which goes back up in there, another line shoots out and comes this way, parallel to the main line. Now, it's level kind of with about where we're standing, but the ground drops off, I'd say about 3 feet by the time you get to the bottom of this little hill here where the road splits. So what you can see, and in a second I'll take my camera down there, it's a bit more mobile. We'll take my camera down there and I'll show you guys, but it's the evolution of different industries being served over time. So back in the olden days, the track that came off of this little yard, it would have sloped down and been level right here where these rails are. And this building that's back here behind us, it would have had a loading dock, and they would have backed the box cars up, opened up the doors, and, you know, moved stuff in, moved stuff out, whatnot. Well, at some point, this industry was no longer needed to be served by rail. So,
And not to interrupt you, you see that building right there?
yes,
There's railroad tracks that go in that building.
case in point. So Mike says this other building that's over here behind us to my left, there's tracks that go in there. So time, like I said, time goes on. This building doesn't need to be serviced by rail anymore. Trucking is probably a lot more easier to do and convenient, so they don't use the rails as much. However, this building right here, they still have a door and a dock that they want to use by rail, but it's difficult to use it because the tracks are slanted. Well, they don't need the track down the line a little ways, so easy solution. Pile up a whole bunch of dirt and rocks, level out the track, so that way whenever they bring our one boxcar back here, it's nice and level for us to load it. So current day, the track comes down and it's about chest level if you were to go and stand down there, and you'll see that whenever we take my camera down there in a second. But you're literally eye to eye with the railhead as it comes back up in here. And now today we see how this yard, it's got grass and stuff growing up, and it's still used, but nowhere near as much. So it's just neat to see the evolution of the history and whatnot of, you know, certain industries being using rail and not using rail. And a lot of places that you'll go, you'll see train tracks, and I wonder where the trains are. Well, trains either aren't there or they don't run that much at all. I was in Tallahassee, Florida over Christmas break, and I was trying to find some trains down there. And doing a little bit of research, CSX just recently sold off their line that runs through Tallahassee to another smaller railroad in the region, and they only run a few trains a week, not very many. But all it is where these industries, they don't need the rails anymore. The rails get cut back. And eventually that's how certain subdivisions and lines, they just disappear, because
Well, if the railroad doesn't have a customer there, it's not making any money, they can't send through freights over it. It gets abandoned, it gets torn up, and then reclaimed by nature. So before we get another train, because the scanner is chattering, so I believe something is close, jump over on to my stream real quick, and I'm going to go show you guys where the two different tracks are.
Field trip.
All right.
Everything that she's been talking about so far is on that way.
Okay.
M58. Alan, thanks. M584 is past Tilton, so he'll be here momentarily. And for those of you wondering, Tilton is at the 88.4. Thank you, Alan. We're at the 99.4. So he's got 11 miles till he gets here. So M584 will probably be our next train up. And like Jesse said, he's on a field trip. Y'all take that trip with him. He's got some cool stuff to show you. We're going to look towards the south, where M584 is making his way north for CSX. Uh-oh, somebody in trouble.
Trip complete. Back in the... Need me to back this up a bit?
No, you're fine. Yes, Alan, they said earlier, it is, what was the word she used? Not backed up, but congested. That's what it was, congested.
Like my nose when I have a cold.
Popo over. Jesse and his nose are struggling, but they're okay. Popo over the hot dog stand. Tony, what do you think? Should I run them some shirks over, see if they can negotiate? There's cigar time. And on the back side of that, there's a new restaurant. It's a little blue light action here in Dalton.
So what did we say 584 is coming up?
584, it was 11 miles out.
Okay.
For those of you that are older, we won't say old, just older. John and I, we remember the blue light special at Kmart. How many of you guys remember going to Kmart, blue light special now on aisle 16. Rush on back there and get your batteries half price or whatever. Todd remembers. Yep, the old blue light special. You go back there, there'd be this little rolling around cart with a little blue light on it that would be flashing, and that was the special of the moment.
I remember seeing the advertisements for it. I wasn't of shopping age back then, but I do remember
Jesse's having a flashback to his younger years. Yes, Green Bean. Kmart was so cool. Now, we're just on Rail Moments and Whistleboard Productions talking about the blue light. Well, in the meantime, somebody over there is sitting in front of the blue light. Oh, Green Beans, he had a super special Kmart. He had one with a food court.
Oh. That's
Dirk's
right, Todd.
thinking back too.
I like that.
Downtown's kind of busy tonight.
Yeah, speaking of food court, I remember, Walmarts used to have either a McDonald's or a Subway, and anymore it's hard to find that. I remember eating Mickey D's at Wally World.
Now they're everywhere.
Right.
Oh, we got more than one car now.
Uh-oh.
Oh, one just turned his lights off.
He figured one light was enough.
Yeah, stop it. You're going to put everybody to sleep.
I know.
John, they're at cigar time. Not only is it a cigar bar, it is a lounge, alcohol lounge, and also the gentleman that owns it is Cuban, and he makes Cuban coffee. Now, when you get Cuban coffee, it's not like you go in and he just pours it. It takes him a good, 5 or more minutes by the time he does all the things he does to make that coffee. It's amazing. So if y'all want to find out what Cuban coffee's like, field trip down to Dalton, and right there is where you can get Cuban coffee. Just stay out of trouble and you won't get the blue lights that go with it. So, looking back to the south, where we believe 584 will be our next train. Working on the focus aspects of this lens. Horn! Here he comes. Alan, you're probably right. Jesse will be tracking that train all night.
Which one?
Southern.
Oh. Yeah.
B488 next up, and he was just cleared by CSX all the way up to the bird cam. So here comes B488. Thanks, Alan.
That was B as in boy. Ethanol train.
Jesse, B488, I may have told you wrong, was the last train.
Was the last train the BNSF train?
Well, no, that doesn't work right.
No. B is something. That's CSX. Pretty sure.
Reading what Alan wrote me. This might be M580.
Okay.
This is 584. Alan is correct. I was wrong. 584. Right in front of us.
all right. That's Apache. There's a big one. Oh, that was quick. Look what we have down there. I see a color other than red, Mike, for the first time tonight.
I believe Jesse spies green. We have horn already?
Yep, we do. It's here. So folks, in case you were counting, that's train number 6 for the night. 5 that we've had on camera, because the first one snuck up on us. Mike didn't have his live on, and my live was
I think
facing
I got the tail end of it.
okay. Well, mine was facing the wrong direction. Plus, there was no sound, so from my side, I'm considering number one a loss for the camera. That is. See how long it takes for it to change again for the hot train.
The hot train, I like it. It's like the hot donuts, and we have the hot train.
I am kind of surprised that this one was in front of it though.
Lucas pointed out the third and fourth locomotive. Anybody want to expand on those a little bit more on our last train? We have a flood launch in Decatur, Alabama. Floating around somewhere. Alan said it's like 365 coming. Hello, Chuck. How are you tonight, sir? Jesse and I are under the big umbrella.
I've learned to pack my own refreshment.
Yeah, he
Unless
doesn't
I
like
want
unsweet
unsweet
tea.
Been there,
29F went by TVRM at 6:45, 30 minutes ago.
done. So yeah, he should be pretty soon. John has his money on B488 being next.
Lucas said we had an SD40 up front on that consist for our last train. Green Bean saw him earlier tonight at the TVRM camp, so with that log jam they got up there, who knows what's waiting where. B48 is long gone, Alan says. And Todd is wanting coffee. Todd, you can drive up here and have some Cuban coffee. You can drive to the corner and have some Starbucks coffee. Or you can check out the cupboard, find the spring water, and get a K-cup out.
I might have me a cup when I get to the house. Oh, so that was the one we missed.
NS6110, a former NWSD40-2 that Lucas and John have pointed out. Yeah, Todd, it'll be bedtime by then. You better pick either the K-Cup or head on up to Starbucks. Production 6 has a $15 gift card in the console. Was in my stocking. Green Bean believes our tally is we have B48 488 that we got, NS 735 and M584, and the last southbound with NS an unknown number as he traveled through here on our evening picture from Dalton, Georgia. Thanks to everybody that's just joining us. We're on the WNA sub for CSX, the Atlanta North District for NS. Jesse with Whistleboard Productions is hanging out with us. We are both live here at Control Point North Dalton, where we are awaiting a trash can race that we've not gotten today. And you'll know when it starts because you'll hear them. Popo's gone, no more blue and yellow lights, traffic's back to normal, and the spectators have all gone home.
All that flashes now is the open sign. Depending where you stand in the tree.
And the trash barrel races terminate right there at the green dumpster. Actually, it's a green compactor. So, do not lose something and hang out inside of it. Anybody have any information they want to share on the merger and how it's going, and good, bad, or indifferent thoughts, opinions, facts, any of the above? Feel free as we await to see what's next here in Dalton, Georgia. Alan, you need to fix that radio. Feel free to share your thoughts on the merger. They are uncensored. So as long as you don't upset YouTube with something, you can share your thoughts.
said, buy a team at 645.
Yep.
Let's do this.
Nate, are you telling us that 29F is passing through Appleton? Is that your message? Oh yeah, mine's got way more clear straight out. Yeah, they go through the program with the tablet. So they go to the tablet to the My File now. The My File allows them to change the time. Right. Straight here. Camera. So camera goes to the tablet. Both go to the My File. That a lot of moving pieces. A lot of moving pieces. Looks like 29F is 3 o'clock. B488 is portraying the times. It's just what I said and discussing with them.
If he doesn't get a signal in 10, he won't have to move back.
It makes you easy. Nate was saying that the train goes. Everybody, I have a special message that I have been asked to send to each and every one of you. Q1, Colt, Kid Outdoor, said to tell y'all hello from him. And for some reason, his chat will not work tonight on the live. So, I have been elected to be the official spokesperson on a direct message to each of you. A huge hello from Colt. And you all know him as Kid Outdoor. Jesse and I are staring at 5 of a kind. A rainy night with fog in downtown Dalton. Three swings to get it in.
Yeah.
1, 2.
No trash can race.
Mama Bear said tell you hello.
Hi.
Is the chat up on the camera? No.
Yeah, it is.
Is it okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm reading it over here. Mama Bear, she's doing good. Right now, she's a little under the weather, but I think I gave her what I had last week. So she took care of me, and now it's my turn to take care of her, which is what I'll do as soon as I get home and see what she needs. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that.
wrote you a note.
Yeah, I saw that.
Pardon? I thought a little bit ago I heard it, but then I wasn't sure.
No, look.
I think I hear a horn from the south.
Yeah. Well, folks, your eyes do not deceive you. There's a green dot down yonder.
And there's horn from the south. There is horn from the south.
You're right. Well, this is interesting.
You'll have back-to-back trains.
Yep. One better scoot. Be out of the other's way. That's very peculiar that they give the NS train the green if CSX is coming up.
Maybe they're doing different.
Just like last Friday.
As we hang out under this massive umbrella.
Gets here first. Because in theory, if L808 isn't long, he can just slip across the diamond. He's good.
No, it ain't gonna happen. They'll hold it. And once they do that green, let's say reverse, there ain't nobody coming across. You're gonna see NS next.
Okay.
You can go to the bank on that.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense. But the way we had said we're going to see two.
Oh, we'll see him right after.
Yeah.
Y'all gonna get back-to-back trains is what we're talking about. One waiting right down there. We've got plenty of light power. And yes, Billy, we do need a trash can race. So far, it's just been individuals swinging the trash in. Crash, Jesse and I are both betting that you're right. We're guessing that we do have 29F as our next train. And Alan agrees, so we should see some piggyback UPS trailers there. Fridays at the Troll Spot seems to be a good time. I like it, I like it, I like it. The Troll Spot. Gnomes and more. Trackside at the Troll Bridge. Do you hear a horn behind us? Or is that still horn in front of us?
He's still honking down there. I'm not sure which way the wind is blowing.
Now don't you all get used to Friday night under the Troll Bridge, because Friday night is Mrs. S's night. She's out hanging out with her sister tonight and getting ready to decorate the mansion for Mardi Gras. Well, CT used the word "we have a disaster," then she changed it back and said, no, it's not a disaster. We got a train tied down, we got this, we got that. It sounds like they're having all kinds of issues. Up by Brown and 10 Bridge is what they're talking about. Hello, Tony. And yes, Mobile is on the list in a couple weeks, to be exact, for Mardi Gras. For those of you that weren't aware, Mardi Gras originated in Mobile, Alabama. And the folks in New Orleans stole the idea of the carnival for themselves, because Mobile didn't want a whole lot of people from the outside coming in. Tony, I hope everything in your world is just fantastic. Oops, no, he's got a U-turn. Our new sign that's up there is just dark, so no llama pictures tonight. Tony, it's about time to have some Mexican at your favorite restaurant there. Look, all lit up. Wow, this is a really long green for NS. Yep, a white Hummer all decorated with lights on the top. But just white lights. No trash can race. Getting a little chillier out here. The breeze is picking up as it's blowing the rain further underneath this huge bridge. All up above there are apartments and condos, above the storefronts and the restaurants. If we are waiting on 29F, he is rolling slow. Traffic over by the coffee shop. Also over there is the hot dog shop and the tattoo shop. And for a Friday night, this town is very quiet. We're within 25 miles of where Jesse and I are tonight. 80% of the world's flooring is manufactured. All right, Todd, BRB. He has given in. He has got to join Lucas for coffee. Yeah, Tony, you just get a balcony put in on the back side. Whoa, that would just be awesome. Every time you hear a horn, or in the evenings, or in the mornings, or at lunchtime, hang out on the balcony, catch another train. Wave to the crews, get a big flag put up there for the train crews. Hi, I'm Tony. Well, we got an update on 29F. 29F is clear Varnell. Lucas is going to have him a nutter butter. I was going to say a nutty buddy, but it's a nutter butter. Boy, that's a little tough to say. Nutter butter. Nutter butter. Yep, I'm going to have to keep working on that. Nutter butter. A nutter butter. Hey, we got a 2-car meetup. Whoa, the one car says to the other car, which white car gets to go? Okay, biggest one wins. Crash, even as an older kid, I still want to live by the railroad track, but if houses weren't so expensive, I'd sell mine and move closer to the track, but everything's just gone up so much. At this point in my world of getting older, selling what I have and buying another one and probably having to have a house payment means no. Miss and S and I will stay where we are. We have a backyard for the dog when we get the new one. Cigar time, still flashing the open sign. There's looking down at the first crossing over there for CSX. Yeah, can you just imagine, Todd, sitting on the couch, sun coming up, railroad track glistening, relax, got your slippers on, having your coffee, and the train is going right past your front door. You're far enough back that it's comfortable and you can see everything, but yet you can feel the rumble of the train, the sound of the locomotive. And as you wave to everybody, they get to know you. All those engineer staff or crews, when they go by, they would all be waving to Todd. How cool is that? You're right, Tony. This is a way to stay eternally young. Love trains, never get old. Run to the track every time you hear one.
He's taking his time.
We live on Ottawa Ringgold Road, so we're about a mile from the Davis cattle farm or so.
I thought that was a fence rattling or something.
Everybody, that was a commercial on the bird cam because we have the bird scanner on as well, or the bird cam scanner on. But yeah, those trains will keep us young. And like I said, we live about a mile or so from Davis Cattle Farm. And every time we hear CSX, it's like, oh, we should run down there, or in my morning coffee, or while we're sitting on the porch. And when there's low cloud cover, we hear them coming big time. Todd, Mama Bear, and Kid Outdoor. You guys are what? A quarter of a mile, 3 blocks, 2 blocks from the track? The wind picks up. My little head getting cold.
Hi, Tony. I just read your comment. Huh? Tony said hi, so I said hi back.
Dead?
No, I'm just putting this tripod on.
Oh.
I was using this for photos.
For those of you just jumping on, we are awaiting 29F to hear that horn at any moment. So, everybody, for those of you out for coffee, hurry up and get back. Tony's 2 blocks from the tracks. So Todd can see the tracks from his window. Mama Bear, 2 blocks from the tracks and outside their window. Tony's 2 blocks.
I'm about a mile and a half.
Jesse's a mile and a half from the tracks, so he's got to stand on the roof of the house to see the tracks. Mama Bear's an upstairs, so she can see it no problem. John says he hears horn. Someone give Lucas a pillow for a cat nap. Wind starting to blow harder, the rain coming across underneath. Lucas is a whole 600 feet from the house to the tracks. Mama Bear can even tell which way the train's going from her house without looking out. This is one super long green light. Very unusual. Alan just sent us a note that the CSX local has no work tonight at Rocky Face, so we will not get to see the local go up to Rocky Face tonight, everybody. I am so sorry. I love seeing the local go zipping by. Alan, if they throw tomatoes, it's not my fault you get hit by one for that comment, for letting them know no local northbound tonight.
So that means this will be our last one.
Unless whatever's sitting down there comes pretty soon.
Oh, yeah.
And then that will be our last one. What time do we start?
5:06.
5:06?
Yep.
All right, we have maximum 1 hour left on power. Maximum. The wind is picking up. It's blowing so hard that the camera is turning and I'm not touching it. That's how hard the wind is blowing against the tablet mounted to the top of the camera configuration. And that means the wind is blowing the rain towards us too. So we will be starting our countdown. Tony hangs out on his balcony. Everybody got your coffee? Everybody ready? Alan sent us a picture that tonight's consist is 300 on 29F. So all the fun will be on the front. always talk about there's no lights and that they under the troll bridge here, and that'll give you an idea just how burnt and black the lights are here under as I try and do this here. There. That fixture that looks like a mask guy with a mouthpiece there, two eyes and the mouth, and that fixture that is just black as can be from all the soot from the locomotives going underneath.
And they still got power too. That's the buzzing you hear. They don't work anymore, but the power still trying to go through. That's what's the buzz is.
As you can see, the rain is blowing harder and coming underneath. Now, we do have another horn I'm hearing.
Unless that's our guy.
Now, that could be 29F, but before 29F got here a little while ago, we did hear horn to the south. So we're going to start our 15-minute countdown. Up, wait a minute, we've got Amber. Since the rain is blowing rather hard so that we don't get a lens full of water, we are going to look away from but at the North Dalton bungalow here. Let's light that up. So, NS southbound on the Atlanta North District line, as you see from Todd, has an amber aspect. Yeah, lights with plastic under a bridge. CSX is ready for, I thought she said 26.
Got it, CSX ready.
So CSX, all right, Lucas believes she's saying 286, if I read that right. So maybe it's 286.
Yep, it's 286.
And Lucas, you are correct. Jesse's got his ear stuck in the scanner, listening very closely. And you are correct. It is 286.
Sorry, I could have stayed over there 2 more seconds.
And we're going to swing back just a moment to the south, but since the rain is blowing at us a lot stronger, so we don't get the lens all wet and all you get is a bunch of blur spots, our amber has moved to the top. So amber over red, as we look towards the bungalow here on North Dalton control point on the Atlanta North District line, right where CSX splits off to the left. Still have amber on the top. There. As we await our next southbound with NS. As we discussed, we did hear horn earlier to the south of us, so it's very possible we have a northbound waiting. All right, Lucas, let me grab the phone. I set it down for a moment as we made a couple adjustments as the wind is blowing the rain.
Oh, good. That means it's close. Oh, yeah.
And for those of you reading the footnotes or the chat notes, Lucas sent me a radar picture, and it very clearly and precisely explains why the camera's getting wet if we look to the south on the lens. Because our rain is moving northeast, which is right at us. And we're kind of in the middle of the bridge, so the wind is picked up enough that rain is blowing right under the bridge and on us. So we're going to kind of keep the camera focused northbound, or you're going to be watching raindrops in Georgia on the lens of the Mevo system. And then you're going to say, Mike, we need wipers.
Yeah, there you go. Get us.
But we do have green on top, so 286 is past wearing. We just got a note from a railfan up there. So 286 past wearing, we should be hearing horn before long. Y'all get back, get ready, get set, get comfortable, but don't go anywhere, as 286 is coming to town. Just like Santa did with the new lens you're all on tonight.
That looks really good.
Surprising, this versus that. You see it on the TV tonight.
Mm-hmm.
It totally better. It's amazing the difference on the TV. And so far, not a single trash can race. I am so disappointed. No rumbling along, no pushing, no kicking, no shoving, no tipping, no spilling beer bottles, nothing tonight. And no snow. Yes, Lucas, that would be the other option. We need a squeegee on the lens. Let's see, what time do we start? 5:06, 9:06. And what time is it now? I won't have the power probably. Uh-oh. That's not good news. And everybody, we are discussing this is probably our last train tonight.
Ooh, that's too bright.
Yeah, that's too bright, isn't it?
Wash it out. It almost does just fine.
Well, there's the stone pile.
Yeah.
Here, we'll go over there. We'll do some lakes over that way as the rain blows harder. just for funsies.
That's neat how there's the box for NS and the box for CSX.
We got bungalow left and bungalow right. We've got music down Main Street, so I'm going to talk and try and cover it up. Oh, no. Hey, you keep going the other way. No. We got to cover that up, whatever we got to do. Gonna have to have the PEC seal in the back of Production 6 start doing seal noises. Or whatever it is.
Anything to avoid copyright.
Anything to avoid copyright. You are correct. There's the gate over there all lit up. All right, Joe. Crash is picking up a horn sound, so everybody, let's start listening.
Yep, there it is.
Good job, Crash. to say anything?
What's that?
Do what? Do you want to say anything before you run off into the sunset? Or just go right out there to the end?
Yes, sir.
Which one?
All right, everybody, that's going to wrap it up for me.
Really?
Miss Whistleboard is not feeling well. She's got a bit of a fever, so I'm going to head back to the house and take care of her. But thank you all for watching on both my channel and also on Mike's channel. Like Mike said at the beginning, if you haven't subscribed to both channels, we both greatly appreciate it. I really thank Mike for letting me come and hang out this evening and have a good time, get to see some trains. And like Todd said, I should do more live streams, and yeah, I'll try and do some more this year. I kind of got out of it a bit, but we'll try and do some more live streams this year and take you guys some cool places that I've got planned that I'll be going in 2026. So for me at Whistleboard Productions, it's been great, it's been grand. Thank you, and I think Mike's going to stay out for a little bit longer, but as far as my stream goes, we're done for tonight. I'll see you guys in the next one. You guys at Rail Moments. We'll see you guys soon. And next time Mike goes out, as he always says, see you at the next crossing.
What do you think that horn is, Jesse? Northbound or southbound?
Not sure. It would show itself as I'm making my final remarks. Everything I just said might be put on hold.
That's what happens. John will tell you as soon as you tell everybody you're leaving. Oops, nope,
Yep.
can't go.
If that's the case, you can thank me for bringing a little more train, for saying goodbye. We do have another one that we'll have blowage in a second.
All right, we're okay on power for the tablet. We're getting pretty low on the Mevo, but I could always plug in something to extend it. So yeah, I'm gonna try.
Well, that could be our southbound because the wind is blowing.
The wind's blowing this way. They have the low fog cover.
Right. Alright, well, I'm going to go ahead and cut out. If it shows up, you guys will see it.
Not sure if I'm in view, but I'm going to assume that I am. We have a railfan that's up north of us, and we might have a surprise coming. So sit tight for a moment. Let me get confirmation. They're back away from the tracks. They aren't quite sure, but y'all sit tight for a moment. I might have a surprise. I'll let you know here in just a moment. I hope I'm in focus. Like I said, I just ran up here where Jesse was, trying not to fall over this pole that's sticking up. So since the wind's coming this way, I'm going to leave you looking across the street. So don't go anywhere. Well, Todd, don't give up, because I may need you to do one more train wish. We may have, like I said, I'm still on May. I'm also assessing, normally our maximum time period is 4 hours before we have a power issue. But right now, it looks like we can make it. We may have a southbound you guys don't want to miss, but don't get excited yet. Don't start calling everyone you know. Just call half of the people you know that we may have a surprise. So just stand by. And Lucas, I'm hoping that meant I was in focus. Thanks. I didn't take the phone with me. I just jumped in front of the camera. So y'all sit tight for just a second. NS, Lucas, on the NS Atlanta North District. that'll be something we can dream about, but we ain't gonna see.
We'll be determining that here in a minute. That is
Lucas, if you think you know, share what you think, and let's see if what I'm about to tell you guys is what's coming next, other than heavier rain, much heavier rain. Just a real quick look this way because I don't want to get the lens all wet. That's how hard it's raining. We are red over red over red on both lines. All right, everybody, we're going to go with it's going to be a surprise. Now, here, let me get on with you guys here. All right, everybody. Lucas wants this to be a surprise for everybody. So here's kind of where we're at. Normally, our maximum length is 4 hours, but we're okay on tablet strength. We're getting a little marginal on the lights, but we've still got enough that we can do the big stream. So, we've got kind of a surprise coming, 2 surprises coming. We're going to have to keep the camera looking this way and to your right, because that rain that Lucas sent us pictures of and Alvin sent us pictures of is heavier right now coming on us. So we're kind of feathering power and I'm going to guess within 30 minutes. We got 30 minutes for a surprise. Cool surprise. Kind of an unusual catch. So we've got the lights cut down to just a couple. And as you all saw, the oohs and the ahs and the ohs, that was Jesse honking goodbye to y'all. We're going to try and catch one more right here. Like I said, I can't show you the excitement of the lights because we'll be looking into the rain. Should it slack off, we will. But for the moment, hello, North Alabama Rail Productions. Oh, no, you can't tell the surprise either. Everybody, no. Y'all got to keep the surprise to yourselves. And everybody else, y'all get ready. Hopefully everything works out. Hopefully we got enough power to last this out. And you guys are going to get to see what's headed this way. So if anybody's able to track where he's at, I understand. Nate, are you still on? Nate, you should be hearing a train past you any second there, or he may already be past Control Point Long there in Apposite. This, you guys, is kind of like going to the fireworks display. The grand finale is headed this way. Alright, Todd's got the train notches up to level 8. Nate, if that train passed you 10 minutes ago, the tail end, we should be getting green at our end here before too awful long, as long as nothing's in his way. It is foggy, it is rainy, and it is windy. All of the above. We've got the lights powered down at the moment.
All right, Todd's got the train notches up to level 8. Nate, if that train passed you 10 minutes ago, the tail end, we should be getting green at our end here before too awful long, as long as nothing's in his way. It is foggy, it is rainy, and it is windy. All of the above. We've got the lights powered down at the moment.
And again, for those of you just joining us, we are here at Control Point, North Dalton on the bungalow. That is the NS bungalow. That is the CSX bungalow. That is the NS signal tower, and that is the CSX signal tower. That next crossing where you see the arm lit up is the next crossing to the north for CSX. We're here, we're excited, and we are having a good time. We got to make a little power here, so give me just a moment. All right, everybody, we have amber. We have amber on the NS Atlanta North District line for southbound. I am going to give you, for those of you, most of you have an idea, but for those of you that aren't, we're going to get the lights on. The lead locomotive is 3625. 3625 is our lead locomotive, and it is an all black brow locomotive. Normally you see the white across the top. Last week we had a full white brow where you see the white down the sides and across the top. Our lead locomotive on our train coming south is a full black brow. And there's something else. So focus on that lead locomotive. We'll stay right on him. And then in the consist, keep your eyes on the consist because there's more. All right, we've gone green. We have got green on southbound NS, the Atlanta North District. Again, for those of you just joining us, we got a surprise coming, everybody. Do not go away. Get ready, get glued to your seats, get your coffee, whatever. But do not leave. Lucas will tell you. And we got a commercial there. We'll go ahead and cut that. It's on the bird cam there, but we can just go ahead and get rid of the bird cam at this moment, since this will be our last train of the night. All right, everybody. I believe we've got everything as ready as we can get. For those of you just joining us, we have a surprise coming. We have a full black growl on our lead locomotive 3625 and another surprise on this southbound train here on the Atlanta North District at Control Point North Dalton. I am very lucky. I have a very incredible wife. I told her that we were going to probably be late tonight. She went out with her sister and had dinner and some mall time and whatnot, and she knows that we were going to do some train time. She doesn't feel good yet, so Mrs. S probably went to bed early tonight. We got folks honking at each other. They're excited too. They know there's this cool train coming, so they're blowing their horn. It's raining harder. We've got green on top for our next train. And you're going to keep an eye on that lead locomotive, and there is more up front, so do not miss this, you guys. For those of you just tuning in, don't forget, because we are low on power. We won't be on much longer afterwards. But don't forget, every Sunday night, Best of the Rails with Casey and I live from the studio, 5:30 Eastern Standard Time. Please feel free to send in your submissions, anything exciting that's train related. Favorite locomotive, most artistic picture, whatever it is that's train related, stills or videos up to 30 seconds, but please, no music on the videos. Railmoments.com is just like a mailbox. You just railmoments.com, drop them in there, 5:30 Eastern time on Sundays. Casey and I go live with y'all. Be on with us, tell us about your pictures as we go through and all the different things that you see. And, oh, we got one more light to turn on. I'm going to cut in front of y'all, excuse me. All right, let's listen to that horn. But anyhow, railmoments.com. Send your videos, pictures in for us. If it's your first time, please make sure you subscribe so you can be with us in the future. We are live. What you see is happening right now. There's no production. There's no editing. You're chatting live with other rail fans. You're waiting just like I'm waiting right here, right now to see what's about to happen. So subscribe, like, tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell everybody. And if you guys can catch a picture of Lucas, L-U-K-A-S, on the side of a train, send it in. We're collecting pictures for Lucas because he's had a tough time. He was on the trash train this week, so we got to get him on something a little more exciting. So help us out with that. I hope we're able to hang on to the power long enough. We're feeding the cam, the Mevo. So we got green. Let's listen for that horn, you guys. Stay with us here on the Atlanta North line for Norfolk Southern at Control Point North Dalton. I'm excited. I'm really excited. I've gotten a lot of texts and messages just lately from all of you from all over that are on with me and on with us. Casey and I appreciate you guys. So enough out of me. Let's listen to the scanner let's get ready. Here in the rain, in Dalton, Georgia, at the CSX rail yard, in front of one of the two diamonds here. We are holding on that highball green, you guys. everybody from Casey and I. Man, what an exciting night. We got to hang out with Jesse from Whistleboard Productions. Make sure you check out his channel. Didn't get to see Brian tonight. Brian is Train Nut Productions. All of you guys, thanks so much for being with us. Did y'all see the lead locomotive? Everybody noticed? And I was so excited, but a black-faced locomotive, all black, no white. How cool is that? Lucas, everybody, all of you, Todd, John, Crash, Quality 1, Quality 2, Todd, everybody, Mama Bear, all of you, Alan, everybody, Lucas, everybody, just thank you for all the help, all the information, all you guys up the line, Nate, everybody that have been sending me notes, Billy up in Kentucky. Oh, man, it has been so much fun with y'all tonight. So, but we are out of power, therefore we are out of time. It's been a good time. It's been a fantastic time. It's even been an awesome time with y'all. Don't forget, subscribe, like, do this. Tell everybody. And we will see you. Somebody knows where I'm going to see y'all tomorrow. If I forgot somebody in all my excitement, and I said I am worried that we aren't going to make it to the end of the stream because of power. Oh, what a good time. If I missed somebody, please forgive me. Dirk, thanks for seeing us at the next crossing. Lucas, thanks for everything. Sincerely, Todd, you too, Crash, Tony, everybody. Alan, I mean, you guys are just fantastic. It's good to see everybody. Nate, you take care up there. North Alabama Rail Productions, thanks for picking up on that horn. John Welch, you have a fantastic night. We'll see you tomorrow. Todd, you stay warm. Everybody, thank you. We're going to go ahead and cut her off. We are out of power. Everybody, see y'all at the next crossing. And yes, woo! What a great evening. Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Todd. Thanks, Lucas. Thanks, everybody. I feel like I should just give you all a great big group hug. It's been so much fun. And what a way for our grand finale. And this is why rail fanning is so much